Genesis is mostly dividing, separating the waters from the waters, the creation of man in our image.
Billy Carson is a multifaceted American entrepreneur, author, researcher, and television host, known for his work in the fields of ancient history, space anomalies, and esoteric knowledge.
All of that, really, in the creation of the Earth, the solar system, it's all in these tablets right here. It's a real amazing story, even the then preceding enslavement of mankind.
One of Carson's notable contributions is his extensive research on ancient civilizations and their advanced technologies.
Before we got genetically tinkered with, I think they were wiser than us, probably spiritually wiser, probably had larger pineal glands, maybe even larger skulls, maybe more in tune with each other, telepathic and all that, in tune with nature. I think we lost a lot of that capability after the genetic tinkering. We are God and God is us, and that we are God walking in the flesh, each and every one of us. God is not supposed to be singular in the Bible. It's plural in all cases, gods with an S.
His work often explores the connections between these ancient technologies and contemporary scientific discoveries.
For people in the third dimension, we're in the third dimension, what we tend to not understand, time doesn't exist.
In addition to his work on ancient civilizations, Carson is an avid proponent of space exploration and the study of extraterrestrial life. He examines various space anomalies, drawing attention to unexplained phenomena captured in NASA images and other astronomical data.
So that we can organize our thoughts and our days and our years and weeks and what we're going to do and where we're going to meet up with somebody and everything else. So we have this ability to coordinate and collaborate with each other, like how we're here today at this specific time. However, if you understand that time is also an illusion, it's something that you can use as a tool, but if you also understand that it's an illusion, then you can actually master time and you can maximize what you're doing on this planet.
Carson is also a prolific author, having written several books that explore these themes in depth.
The programmers that are writing this AI code, they're not conscious. You know how we know they're not conscious? Because you look at the way that the algorithms work on social media, they're racist, they're biased, right? They have agendas. We know this just by posting stuff on social media, how the AIs work and manage your social media account.
His works often blend scientific research with metaphysical insights, aiming to inspire readers to expand their understanding of reality and their place within the universe.
Translation that's off is they say, well, Jesus was crucified. That doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible. They didn't kill him. In Harvard Library, there is a book of Jesus's wife at the Harvard Seminary School. And they found that about 8 years ago.
Jesus' wife is the Mary Magdalene?
Yeah.
So she was not actually...
They're assuming it's Mary Magdalene. It doesn't specifically say, but we're assumed that it is, which means he probably had kids and his Merovingian bloodline is still probably walking the land till this very day.
Titles such as Compendium of the Emerald Tablets and Woke Doesn't Mean Broke reflect his diverse interests and his commitment to empowering others through knowledge.
People say, why do you always study the past? Why are you into those ancient texts and ancient books and all? Because until you understand what happened back then, you won't be able to build a future. The future is going to be built based on what you know about your true past and true history. If you can't figure out at least as close as possible to what was happening back then, the future is still going to be a gray area.
Carson's interest in the cosmos extends to his advocacy for scientific inquiry into the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence and its potential impact on human history and development.
word for virgin was mistranslated from Aramaic into Greek. So the word originally meant, I think it was laga, which means young woman. By the time it got to Greek, it was translated wrongly into virgin, which then made it into the biggest part of the story of Jesus, which is that his mother was
So she
a
might
virgin.
not have been a virgin.
It's possible. But when I saw what convinced me, that's why I looked deeper. That's how I found out about the grandmother. I said it might be true. But they still use that mistranslated word for that. Maybe they didn't have another word to use. But that's a big mistake. Because there's certain parts of the Bible where they use that same word to describe women as being virgins, and they tell men that you have the right to rape them.
So who do you think wrote this?
These are these Anunnaki people. See, they were these Atlantean leaders.
Yes.
It got to the point where they became greedy and they became self-made gods. And they really believed it. They were battling each other
like
over
the pharaohs
resources.
of Egypt in a way.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You're drunk
battling
off
over
power.
resources and people. And how we all got to be different races.
Yeah.
That goes back to...
How did that happen?
Yeah, that goes back to the Tower of Babel incident. And they also talk about multidimensional. You get into like the Nag Hammadi, stuff like that. You're talking about multidimensional beings. And so in physics, in quantum physics in particular, they started theorizing on these dimensions and were able to even analyze and discover some that they actually do exist. And on top of that, they realized that the dimensions are packed so tight on top of one another that if you can phase shift your atomic structure, your subatomic...
No matter their age, nutritional need, breed, or size, ProPlan and Petco know how to help your dog's greatness shine. With ProPlan's proven advanced nutrition and helpful advice from Petco associates, you can be sure you're giving your pet what they need for the best life possible. Together, ProPlan and Petco. Shine on.
Shine, shine, shine.
Atomic frequency, you can walk right into another dimension. And so they started postulating, what if beings from higher dimensions or some of these apparitions and these paranormal phenomena that we're seeing, are they able to maybe take a glimpse or a peek? Are they phasing through into our universe? And so from higher dimensions. And so they started really theorizing it. It seems to be, and based on my research, that there's people living everywhere. Not just, and I'm not talking about little green men with antenna. I think that there's people living all throughout this universe in the third dimension. And I think there's people living all throughout even higher multiple dimensions, maybe at a certain level, a certain height in those dimensions. Maybe they don't have a real corporeal body.
Right, non-physical.
Non-physical, you know what I'm saying? But I believe that the consciousness is there. So if you draw a line on a piece of paper, that's the first dimension. If you then connect those lines and create a house on a piece of paper, that's a two-dimensional structure, or you can move it into a computer. Anything you see in a computer that looks 3D is actually 2D. All right, so, and because we're in the third, we can see down into 2D. We can see all the way down, obviously, into 1D, and we can manipulate those dimensions from our higher selves. Now, now there are beings in fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensions. There's people above us. Now, because of that, they see us and they recognize the past, present, and future operating all at the same time. Everything's happening at once.
Right.
There is no separation between the past, present, and the future. The arrow doesn't exist. Because they're higher than us, they can look down into the third and they can see into what we're doing. There are 11 dimensions, at least we believe that in theoretical physics, right? And we believe that now through real science that the brain is connecting to 11 dimensions. I just did a huge lecture on that the other day, where scientists and laboratories have now understood now that the brain, the synapses between the connections in the brain, the neurons, are phasing in and out of the third dimension. and connecting potentially in the theory to higher dimensions. That means that the earth itself, which is conscious, the earth itself is actually conscious. It's also connecting to these higher dimensions. It has a capability of phase shifting consciously to higher levels of thought and awareness of its own self. And so I believe that as the human beings on the surface become more conscious and we get this mass awakening, it's also going to allow the earth to transform into its true dimension, or its true self, where it really wants to be, this higher level of self that the earth has it as well. And that we can phase shift together into this, higher dimension of consciousness. And this physical third dimension will always be here, but our thought level will be so high, we'll be able to perceive the past, present, and future at the same time. We'll be able to see the end before the beginning. We'll begin to tap into our true innate abilities that we already have. And we'll recognize that we're all truly spiritual beings and that there is no separation. Fourth dimension is something called a tesseract. We're living in a shadow of a higher dimension. That shadow creates a third dimension. It actually creates a fractal of it, creates this fractal holographic matrix that we're actually maneuvering in the third dimension right now. You can actually connect to other realms, other dimensions through conscious thought. Quantum entangling your light waves with other light waves that exist in the universe, not only in the third dimension, but even multiple dimensions. The language of God is mathematics, because mathematics can literally explain everything that we experience and everything also that exists. Even the fact that we're existing in a light matrix can be proven through mathematics. So we're living in a matrix that's basically written on mathematics called Adinkra codes. And these Adinkra codes go all the way back to the Dogons. Dogon tribes out of Mali, Africa. They actually originated these codes, and they were given these codes by the Nomo, and they learned them. They drew them out as art forms, and they put them on clothing and blankets and everything else. I was referencing the flower of life, which, if you don't know what that is, anybody out there, it's a sacred geometrical figure, and it really goes back to as above, so below. If you're looking at, for example, just when you start off with the ovum with an egg, that's one sphere. And by the time you add 6 more interconnecting spheres, so it's really a progression of life. And at the base of everyone's spine are a group of cells that are in the form of the flower of life. And almost all organic, especially mammalian species, there's this flower of life cellular formation in the base. It's talking about the ether of space-time itself. And this is where he was kind of really getting deep with it. He discovered, when he unwrapped the flower of life, he discovered the energy grid, the grid that binds us all together.
6,000 years, mankind has been trying to decipher this one little thing called the flower of life. Now, this is one of the oldest symbols in human history, right? This symbol was found in the Temple of Osiris in Egypt, and it had been molecularly burned into the wall. And it's 6,000 years old. This same symbol has been found in the forbidden temples in China, saying whoever controlled that flower of life controlled the universe. There were secrets in that flower of life that Da Vinci spent his whole life trying to uncover. There were secrets in that flower of life that Newton spent his whole life in secret trying to uncover. The same secrets that Pythagoras was desperately trying to uncover. But the problem was they couldn't get it out of this two-dimensional.
How do celebrities like Justin Bieber and The Rock generate hundreds of millions of dollars? It's actually not what you think. They make a special kind of money known as royalties.
My name is Christian Mickelson, and I help everyday people increase their income online. And I have to say, we're pretty darn good at it. My company is called publishing.com, and we were
out of this two-dimensional frame. And as a result, they got stuck in this plane, a flat plane. Now, what Da Vinci and all of them wanted to do, they were trying to find a way to bring this flower to life, because what is inside of it? Well, apparently, there were secrets inside of it. Shapes, they got the Merkaba and all of those other things out of it. But they were misled by something I think called a straight line. All energy in the universe is expressed in what? It's in motion. If something is still, there's no energy. All vortices are expressed in what? Waves. All waves are curved. Show me a straight line in nature. You show me where the platonic solids come from. If you look at anything, there are no straight lines. That's been the mistake. We've been looking at these straight lines, this Euclidean way of thinking, and missing the curvature of nature.
That platonic solids don't exist. Platonic solids are part of the holographic matrix. Behind all of that, the only thing that does exist are electromagnetic waves. That's all, and there are no straight lines. So behind the holographic, the fractal quantum holographic universe, behind that, there is nothing but electromagnetic waves, and those waves are propagating and being sent into this realm, into this dimension, carrying energy, frequency, vibration. And when they interact with conscious thought, that's when they collapse things into platonic solids, which then collapse things into what we get as an illusion of solidity, an illusion of locality, an illusion of space and differentiation, an illusion of perception. There's really only one true thing that does exist outside of what we consider to be the third dimension is consciousness. And so consciousness literally has divided itself into trillions and trillions of entities throughout this entire universe. And the method that it emanates from is through something called the vesica piscis. Now, the vesica piscis is actually part of the flower of life. So where you have the intersecting circles in the flower of life, that is every one of those intersections is a womb. So at every single Planck unit in space-time, which is the smallest amount of distance you can measure, and time you can measure in space-time, all around us, all through us, and everywhere that that exists, is this flower of life. I mean, everywhere. Now, every single spot where the flower of life is located, there's also the intersections, and those intersections are the vesica piscis. Now, the vesica piscis emanates energy into the third dimension. Out of the vesica piscis is literally a womb, just like when you cut open a lemon, cut open an orange, cut open a grapefruit. Mm-hmm. Obviously, a human being is born through a womb. Life primarily comes through wombs. And this is why even in the biblical text, they reference the matrix. The matrix means the womb. So it's mentioned, I think, 5 or 6 times in the modern day Bible itself, which is copied from more ancient texts. But the name, the Matrix for the movie, didn't come from somebody's brain. They just made it all sound like we'll make it the Matrix.
Matrix means mother, it doesn't mean womb. Matrix is Latin for mother.
No, the term the Matrix actually comes from the Bible. And what it says is that in order for a man to be born, he must exit the matrix, and that he must come out of the womb. In order for any life forms to form in this third dimension, it must come through the womb. And this energetic grid that's created by this sacred geometrical figure called the flower of life literally connects every single one of us. We are all literally sitting on this grid. It's this invisible grid that we're on. One thing people don't understand is that we are all made of actual light. Well, everything in the third dimension is made of light. Mm-hmm. And so we are light, and light is us. We know that the illusion of this avatar body and this chair I'm sitting on and the table that you're sitting at, the illusion of it's there. But what is this? This is slowed down light waves. Mm-hmm. When you slow light down and then consciousness interacts with it, it collapses it into what we call solid matter. Mm. So solid matter is actually an illusion. Right. For example, the only thing stopping my hand from going through this chair is the repulsion of the electromagnetic frequencies. I don't actually touch the chair. You don't touch anything. Yeah. And so if I can phase shift the atomic frequency of my hand to match the same frequency of the atoms in this chair, I pass my hand right through it because atoms are 99.999% empty space.
Like pouring liquid into liquid.
Exactly. That's why when galaxies merge together, like we're merging with a galaxy right now called Sagittarius, because, galaxies are mostly empty space, just like atoms. Everything's a fractal. So we are light beings, and also because of that, we're a fractal. We have consciousness, which is also light. And
what is a fractal?
A fractal is when you take, for example, if you look at a hologram, and you go to one part of the hologram, one tiny piece, and look at it, you'll see the entire image in that smallest piece. Okay, the only thing you lose is a little bit of resolution. And so it's important for people to understand that this entire realm is a fractal of a whole. We're a fractal of the universe. And our consciousness, even though it's one consciousness, it's also a fractal of the main master consciousness. And it's really incredible that every thought that you think in your skull, it leaves your skull as a form of a light wave. This is why quantum entanglement works. It's because we're all in that same energetic grid that is created by this flower of life. You know, if I take two particles or even two photons and I utilize a laser to do something called parabolic down conversion and get them on the same frequency, I could take one of those particles to the other end of the universe and I could change the information on the one that's local to me, and the other one at the other end of the universe will change instantaneously.
I'm opening a restaurant.
I still love the name.
You don't remember the name?
Of course I remember the name.
We didn't even tell anybody what the name was.
100% told me the name.
I bet you $1 million that you don't know the name.
Prepare to be out of $1 million, dude.
Be bypassing the speed of light. How is that possible? It's because we're on this flower of life matrix grid, and everything literally is connected, and distance is even an illusion. So we are really living in a fractal holographic universe, and what he was trying to say is that the projection from this flower of life creates this illusion that we're operating and living in. And you know, it doesn't mean that we're not real, but what it means is the mechanism used to create this third dimensional illusion comes and emanates, the energy emanates through that flower of life from the vesica piscis into this dimension, and along with then consciousness intervention helps slow down the frequency and vibration of the electromagnetic waves, which then give us the illusion that things are solid, things have matter, things have substance, things have distance and locality and everything else. So it's really amazing. I mean, this is an amazing, I don't call it an experiment, but it's almost like we're living inside of an experiment or a creation, just like all the ancient texts have said. For what purpose to an end? I think that the main reason why we're here is to collect information and data, because it's as above, so below. So if you take it from the below standpoint, from the human brain, encased in darkness, doesn't know what's going on the outside, says to his friends, all his five senses, hearing, smell, seeing, touch, and everything, go out there and tell me what's going on. The friends go out and collect information, bits of data. They themselves don't know exactly what they are collecting. They're just collecting information from the outside. They can't decipher it. They bring it back to the brain, which is encased in total darkness, and say, here's the data. And the brain wants to then figure out what's going on. Then it projects a hologram as to what it thinks is going on outside, and you navigate through the matrix that way. Now, you take it to the larger scale, above, the universe itself is consciousness, okay? And what has it done? And now we're one of those. We're out here collecting bits of information as we live through our life, as we navigate through this matrix, and we send that data as a stream directly back to source so that it can experience itself subjectively from every different perspective in the third dimension. And all of this, to me, in my personal opinion, is emanating, the energy that comes into this dimension to create all of this is emanating through this flower of life, which are these electromagnetic waves, this dark energy and dark matter, which is not just because it's dark, we gave it the name dark. It's just out of our frequency of vision. It's an actual wave. All electromagnetic waves are all made of light. A lot of the times you can say, oh, I came up with this great idea.
Right.
But you really didn't. You just downloaded that idea because you entangled with the information. Plus, a lot of the male in this society right now, they're being emasculated.
Oh yeah, sterilized.
And so, and a lot of it's chemical based.
Yes.
It's the food.
Chemical castration.
Chemical castration, man. It's all these microplastics that are, we're inhaling them, we're eating them. It's in the food, it's in everything. They did a test on those microplastics. They were converting male frogs into women, and so it's taking away the testosterone levels in men are the lowest it's been since they've been recording them.
Right.
And so to that effect, what you're saying is the levels are dropping, and the ability for men to make a lot of logical decisions is also dropping.
Right.
You see men now operating more off of emotion versus logic.
Right.
That balance of logic versus emotion isn't there anymore.
Right.
Sometimes there's a lot more men that are more emotional than women.
Yes.
So their plan is working out, and the plan for them really is to not let us discover our light body, not let us discover our light consciousness and the power that we really truly have inside of us to change and bend and mold this matrix to our will and overcome and supersede where they are.
Right.
What they want us to do is just continue to stay in these small little pockets, fighting each other over scraps, and not really ever getting to the higher levels and realizing that we're supposed to be able to bring our heaven right here to this earth right now.
When we see the negative, it stands out so big.
there's so much positive going on, but it seems like the mind's always pulling, the negative seems much bigger than the positive. Even if you have one negative or two negative comments underneath a post on social media, they really stand out versus the ones that are more positive, just because I think the mind somehow is drawn to it. So I work with myself to try to figure out ways to, to combat that. And so a lot of people think that the law of attraction only works in positivity and abundance, but that's not true. The law of attraction works in also negativity and dark energy. And, so if a person's always doing things wrong or doing wrong things, I should say, being bad, trying to hurt people, trying to injure people, or whatever the case may be, dark things, all the dark thoughts, that is going to reciprocate back to them. When a person is in a state of fear, despair, hate, anger, trauma, they always seem to have more and more of that coming back at them, because the law of attraction, it works on frequencies. If it's a low frequency, the universe says, oh, give them more of this low frequency. High frequency, give them more of the high frequency. So it works in both ways. So people have to be very careful, because, there's a situation, in my opinion, with karma, where if you're always focusing on the dark stuff and always doing dark or engaging in darkness, you're going to get more darkness coming at you. And that darkness, in my opinion, could supersede your lifetime in this avatar body. It could follow your spiritual energy, which is eternal. So people say, well, the person died, it's all over for them. Well, maybe not. The energy never dies. It only transforms. Is the karma tracking that spiritual energy into the next life? It's possible.
Attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. on most weekdays, I can show you one simple trade that could potentially bankroll your retirement. Hi, I'm David Kino, and I help ordinary people.
We know that energy does not die. Energy just reboots itself and reboots itself. So we are eternal. So stop panicking, thinking your life is over. You've done this trillions of times. You'll get good at it, and we'll be perfect one time if we get conscious.
When I walk places, when I go places, I expect the universe to unfold for me. I expect things to open up for me, and things to just happen for me when I walk into places. I can just be going to the grocery store. I'm walking everywhere I go. I'm walking in pure power. I act like I'm commanding and wielding the universe to my will. But the same power that created everything we see in this entire universe, in this multiverse, is the same power that's inside of my body. The program that he put in was so good. We're born, we're given a name, a race, and a religion, and we're basically, we grow up defending that whole identity. It's a fake identity. It's not really us. We've kind of forgotten and relinquished who we really are and given it up to this system, this institutionalized system that was put in place thousands of years ago. You're this religion, I'm this thing, or you're this light skin and I'm this dark skin. All this stuff we gotta, black men want to fight black men all the time. We want to attack each other socially now on social media because you doing too good and I'm not doing as good as you. We got to drop all of that. We got to stop all of that. We got to synchronize. We got to realize that we're better together than apart, not tearing each other down, fighting each other, slapping each other, all this kind of crazy stuff. Yeah. We got to come together and we got to realize, man, how can I bring a piece of the puzzle? How can you bring a piece of the puzzle? You know what I'm saying? Just sitting here talking to you got pieces of the puzzle that I don't have, and I got pieces of the puzzle that you don't have. We can start building a whole doggone puzzle. We can put a puzzle together, and you add more people. Next thing you know, that picture, that painting is amazing.
Yeah,
we can make a mosaic.
Yeah,
and so until we get to that point, though, we're always going to be bickering and fighting and arguing over resources and pocket watching and hating and worrying about this, worrying about that, because that's the program they instilled into us. We got to now override this DNA and this RNA programming code. We got to say, you know what? We got to talk to ourselves. You know what? I'm being a hater right now. I'm being a troll right now. I'm pocket watching right now. I'm being jealous right now. Why am I doing that? And analyze inside of ourselves. Why am I doing this? Why do I feel like this? And work on our internal self and learn how to not be that way. Learn how to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. Learn how to try to work with somebody. Learn how to ask better questions so you can understand better instead of getting angry. And learn how to control your emotional state. And when we can do that and we can link up and we can make big power moves together, that's when the world's going to change. Every thought that you think creates a light wave that leaves your skull and goes. And we can't see the light because we only see 1% of the light spectrum. Every thought coming out of your brain right now, if I could see those light waves right now,
it'd be crazy
all over the place. right?
All over.
There's light coming out. There's lightning coming out of my head right now. You can't even see it because we only got less than 1% of the light spectrum. We can't see gamma rays, X-rays, infrared, ultraviolet, and so forth and so on. But these light waves, they go out. But what's on the light? It's encoded with information. Just like your cell phone. Cell phone right now is connected by light. Microwaves are light waves, waves of light. My cell phone is sitting here right now connected to a tower via a light beam that you can't see. And what's on the beam of light? Data. Same thing with your brain. This is a fractal of our human consciousness. It's sending out information. Every thought you've ever thought since you had a first thought is going out into space-time. It exists on the grid. So sometimes you're walking around and you get an idea, something comes to you. It's not that you originated the idea. A lot of times, it's that scientists discovered that our brains can our thoughts, our synapses can quantum entangle with other thoughts that exist in space-time. Yeah. Now it's real science. And you can get that information if you can discern it and understand what that just was. And then the next step is, can you act on it? So my ability or my superpower has been the ability to be able to get those epiphanies and recognize that I just got an information from a source, from the source out here, from the Akashic Records, or whatever you want to call it. Now, what do I do with it? Is it something that I can utilize in what I'm trying to accomplish as my mission here on Earth? And I go and I dig into it, I research it, I study it, and then I present it and bring it to the people. A lot of the times, information that I get like that, it gives me something new to talk about because it wasn't even on my mind until it came to me. And then I looked it up and it's real. And I go, oh my God, this is real. And now I'm putting it out. So that's, something that I've been able to, I guess you want to say maximize that ability that I've had to get information. So when we say things like your program code and you're operating off your code, it's actually a true scientific statement. 1 gram of DNA can hold.
After this video, your life is never going to be the same. So I need you to stop whatever you're doing. And
433 petabytes of data. There was one scientist, George Church, replicated his ebook 80 billion times and downloaded it onto 1 gram of DNA, which is one drop on the tip of your finger.
80 billion.
80 billion. What he did was he realized that DNA stored information. He was like, wow, our body is full of data. The whole human body is full of data. Billions and billions and billions of petabytes of data. And what he said was, he realized you can take data from a server, a computer, and convert it from zeros and ones into A's, T's, and G's, which is what your DNA reads. And then you can actually download the data into the DNA and store data in a volume instead of storing it linear, like time, 1 arrow. But when you can store it in a volume, you can store much more information. So then he replicated it 80 billion times, and then he transferred it from DNA, from A's, T's, and G's back into zeros and ones and uploaded it back into a computer. So he recognized that DNA is also a server. He's like, man, this is incredible. So we have this ability in us to move data and information. Now, because of something called epigenetic memories, we know that 15 to 20 generations before us, that programming code was downloaded into our body. So you're born with this hard-coded information already in your body. Most of it is only, though, this is the sad part, it's only trauma that came from previous generations. All the slave beatings and whoopings and the separation of loved ones and the buck fighting, all that stuff, it's in your body. That's why when Black people start feeling like I'm depressed, I got PTSD, but they don't know why. I'm feeling down or ill or angry or whatever. A lot of it's the epigenetics. So to overcome this, what scientists realize, you can actually start to re-encode that DNA by doing simple things. Simple. One thing is, write down 10 positive affirmations about yourself and then speak those out loud 3 times a day, out loud, for 21 days. And your DNA begins to change and rewrite itself. You begin to start to believe those cymatic frequencies coming out of your mouth, that your body is actually listening to the information. Like you said before, the body is mostly water. The water has memory. The water in your body speaks conscious energy. So when you are releasing that conscious energy into the atmosphere, your body is then absorbing it back into the water. And then the light force energy is rewriting your DNA. And so we can actually rewrite our DNA. We can change the way we think and see and feel about ourselves just by speaking out loud. Like you said, meditation. And I love travel. That's all I do is travel nonstop. You already know that. That's going to enlighten and open up, broaden all your horizons. It's going to make you see things from other perspectives and understand. It's going to raise your consciousness. Traveling I tell people all the time, leave your zip code. You got to.
It's this gradual process of growth and self-awareness, which all is about the RNA and the DNA, to be honest, because
this is how I used to dress 6 months ago. And this is me now. And it's all thanks to my Stitch Fix stylist. Big shout out to my stylist, Angela, for helping me find my...
Because the DNA is awakening us. The RNA is awakening us to who we truly are. As we begin to see people start to look inward instead of outward and start to question the reality, question the norm, question the mainstream, it then takes them down a rabbit hole, which forces them to research and look for answers. And when they begin to find specific answers, another spark goes off in their body, and that's the DNA releasing answers. In other words, they're not really looking for answers, they're looking for confirmation. The body is already telling you, your DNA is already telling you, this is the path. The mainstream is telling you, no, this is the path. But you're getting better confirmation over here because it doesn't insult your soul. And right now, where we are in the universe, our solar system, it actually undulates up and down around the giant Milky Way. And these movements are huge, hundreds of millions of miles as it undulates up and down. Right now, we're at the perfect center of the equator of where the supermassive black hole is at the center of our galaxy. Scientists have identified this since 2013. We've risen to this level now where we're in the age of questioning and getting and looking for answers, this information age.
Well, the way that they built all these institutionalized systems that we have that are controlling mankind, they're all predicated on fear. You'll find that fear is the biggest thing. For example, you go to school, if you don't get good grades, you're going to get in trouble. You know, you won't pass the next grade. If you act up in school, you might get, stay in line or whatever, you might get spanked with the ruler or the paddle or whatever. You know, obviously on the street is follow these exact rules or you're going to go to prison. You know, so they have all these systems in place. And these systems that they put in place, when they have these little fear factors built into them, even religion has a lot of fear factors put into it.
Absolutely.
People fall in line because why? Fear, the body pays attention to fear first. The mind is always, okay, there's fear. I got to stop this fear. I got to do whatever it takes to not allow this, whatever this fear is, to happen. I don't want it to happen to me. So the body goes into fight or flight mode, and then it starts focusing on the fear. Once the body does that, these people who rule, the ruling elite, they know that we got them with the fear. Now we can manipulate them to do whatever we want. So they always do the same thing. They create the problem, okay? They wait for the reaction, and then they provide the solution to that problem. So they're actually manipulating all sides of it based on fear. The fear is a key thing in all these institutions that has us locked in, because people, when that fear hits them, they don't recognize that fear is not real. False evidence of
false evidence appearing real.
Dressed on leather with flesh on the mind. Words, weapons, sharpened knives makes you wonder how the other half died. Other half died. Makes you wonder. Well, you come the man with a look in his eye. Fed on nothing but full of pride. Look at them go, look at them kick. Makes you wonder how the other half live. Devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Devil inside, devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Oh. Here come the world, the look in its eye. Future uncertain, but certainly slight. Look at the faces, listen to the bells. It's hard to believe we need a place called hell. Place called hell. The devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. Ooh. Na, 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 na. Well, here comes a woman with a look in her eye. She's dressed on leather, with flesh on the mind. Words and weapons, sharpen the knives, makes you wonder how the other half died. Devil inside, the devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside. The devil inside. Devil inside, every single one of us, the devil inside, the devil inside, devil inside, every single one of us, the devil inside, devil inside, devil inside, every single one of us, the devil inside. Oh. The devil inside, yeah, yeah. The devil inside, yeah, yeah.
Ain't it amazing? You guys, I made this video. Me and Grace made this video. This one right here we're watching right now, right? I made this shit like 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Right? When the albino says it, he called me racist. You call me sexist. You steal my fucking children. Then you sit fucking silent like you're intellectually superior. Holy fucking shit. Huh? Holy fucking shit. This is a cockfight. You know, dick. Do you have one? Most people don't have any balls today. You know that? They're ballers. Fucking manginis and vaginas. Isn't that wild? Don't you think it's hysterically funny that when a high school dropout tells you the truth about fucking reality, you don't have a goddamn word to say about it? Ain't that shit funny? You're gonna act like your science is some sort of fucking conspiracy. Silence? It's being recorded in the ether. Go ahead. Refutate me. Disagree. Say no. I'm so tired of you people, you know? Shape recognition's a motherfucker, isn't it? Branding and labeling is causing all the fucking confusion. Keep it simple for the simple-minded. You like to judge people on the basis of their style of hair, their beard, their clothes. You don't actually listen to the words that come out of their mouth. It's part of what's wrong with you. Not me. You. Isn't that great? Remember, I was homeschooled, so I don't supposed to know anything. I was supposed to be a stupid fuck. And they like treat me like I was a stupid fuck. It's wild, isn't it? Called a good bad, the bad good. And forever you're always wrong. It's funny as shit, isn't it? Distorted the polarities. Then when I tell you, you call me sexist, you call me racist, you steal my fucking children. What? How, what? It's wild. Last person that called me crazy died after I made this video right here. Because I'm done taking your fucking insults. No more. Right? No more. Right? Look at that. You better call your mother because you're going to have nightmares. See that? Dragon. Do I sound like a fucking sheep to you? Do I sound like a fucking professional? Anything? No. I am a dragon. And it wasn't N-O. It was K-N-O-W. No, I am a dragon. And your silence is consent. That's important. right? Because they think they had some sort of say, like their opinions mattered in the situation that they were facing, right? They thought their voice, their vote mattered in this equation, right? Isn't that right? And I'm over here playing stupid fucktard because I don't listen to anything else, right? Stupid fucktard. Genius doesn't announce genius. Genius walks in a room and says, I'm a fucking stupid fucktard, and if you don't have a response for me, you're a stupid fucktard too. Right? That's what I think. So come get some. How do I shut the fuck up? I died after watching this. You're right over. Hi. How we doing? Huh? How we doing? Looks like Ben Carson and Terrence Howard are just simply repeating things I've been saying for years. Do you know how annoying it is listening to people think that they're smart? Does clothing make you intelligent? Does school make you intelligent? Intelligence agents are always looking for intelligence, aren't they? Ask the CIA, Mossad, Hamas, MI6, Five Eyes, NSA, DSA. Ask all of them. They're intelligence agencies, and they're always seeking intelligence. What the fuck is the proof of intelligence. A license? A license. A degree? How about the words coming out of my fucking mouth? What proves intelligence? Your silence? Silence is subjugation. Sign of Stockholm Syndrome. Isn't it amazing? The things I've been saying for years turned out to be fucking relevant then and now. Pretty wild, right? Hi, Draco! Draco! That's my son's name. Draco! This is literally the death to mumble rap and hash clown. death to mumble rap and fucking retards who don't have a response. And I'm over here going, where are the parents? My mind is very pimping and breaking and pimping. Yes, sir. Fine line. Woo! Jordan! Shut the fuck in! Ah, this is funny ass shit, Mandy. Funny ass shit right here. Right? Right? This string right here, this little bit right here was like 5 years old. 5 years ago. Now, if I was a big titty black woman, I'd be as famous as Oprah by now. Amazing. How y'all doing? You ever notice how you can't have a conversation with people these days? You just gotta talk at them. I just gotta talk right over your head. I don't care if you understand anything. You stole my son. Through your silence, you're complicit in the crime. Complacency, silence, and indifference is what you can expect from professionals. And that's my amateur opinion. They also don't like confrontation, conflict. Can't handle conversation about geometry. Oh, fuck no. Right? This shit blows your mind. Woo. Right there, Stokey. My friend Stokey made it. 10 years ago.
Anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief. Minimum payments could literally keep you in debt for decades. $10,000 in debt can take anywhere from 4
Now, I want to put it two ways. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, something to be condemned, to take your own individual life seriously, in dead earnest, and to have all the problems that go with that. Do you understand that being that way, that being a real mixed up human being, is a manifestation of nature? That is something just like patterns on the waves out here. Patterns on the wave. Patterns on the wave. Patterns on the wave. Patterns on the wave. Or like the seashell. You know, we pick up shells. I always keep one around, sort of an example. Many things. Say, my goodness, isn't that gorgeous? There's not an aesthetic fault in it anywhere. It's absolutely perfect. Now, I wonder if these fish look at each other's shells and say, don't you think she's kind of fat? Oh my, those markings aren't really very well spaced. Because that's what we do. Patterns on the wave. Patterns on the wave. That's what we do. Patterns on the wave. Patterns on the wave. That's what we do. See, we don't realize that all of us in our various goings on and behavior and so on are just as much and more marvelous much more complicated, much more interesting. All these gorgeous faces that I'm looking at. You know, every one of them, some are supposedly pretty, some are supposedly not so pretty. But they're all absolutely gorgeous. And everybody's eyes is a piece of jewelry beyond compare. Beautiful. 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 Patterns on the waist. Patterns on the waist. That's what we do. Patterns on the waist. Patterns on the waist. That's what we do.
Akira.
He's got clout. The web of life. Let me try from the first to indicate the point that we're aiming at. The point is this, that human consciousness is at the same time as being a form of awareness and sensitivity and understanding. It's also a form of ignorance. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. And because of this, it leaves out things that are terribly important. It leaves out things that would, if we did know them, allay our anxieties and fears and horrors. And if we could extend our awareness, you see, to include those things that we leave out, we would have a deep interior peace. Because we would all know the one thing that you mustn't know. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more. You know, according to the rules of our particular social game, the one thing you mustn't know, that's really not allowed, that is the lowdown on life. And then the lowdown, on the one hand, means the real dirt on things. But the lowdown is also what is profound, what is mysterious, what is in the depths. And there's something left out. And our everyday consciousness brings this out in the same way that when you say you have weaving, you have, say, on this rug here in front of us, when the black finishes here, the black threads will go underneath and then appear again over here, then they'll go underneath the white and then they'll appear again over here, you know? So that the back will be the obverse pattern of the front. Now, the world is like that. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. Our sense organs are selective. They pick out certain things. They're receptive. For example, we have a small band, what you might call a spectrum of light, of sound, of tactile sensation, and so on, to which the human organism is sensitive. But we know that outside that small band, there is a huge range of vibrations to which we have built instruments that are sensitive. Things like cosmic rays, ultraviolet rays, gamma rays, hard X-rays, and so on. They're all outside the band of our spectrum. And obviously, there are things that are outside the range of our instruments. We may build new instruments someday which will evoke, bring into our consciousness other orders of vibration altogether, but yet, as yet, we don't know about. So you could imagine, you see, the universe is a vast system of vibrations and has infinite possibilities. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in.
Akira. The dawn. He's got clout.
The outside thing that you see and the inside thing that you are poles of the same magnet, or back and front of the same coin. Without one, there isn't the other. That means, of course, that we are living in the midst of a world of animals, vegetables, minerals, atmospheres, astronomical bodies. It's highly intelligent. Its intelligence concentrated, crystallized in our brains. That's where it comes out, see? In any field. The outside thing that you see and the inside thing that you are poles of the same magnet, or back and front of the same coin. Without one, there isn't the other. Let's take any field of forces. We take a chemical solution And at certain critical points in this chemical solution, the crystals start to form. And so in the same way, the total intelligence of this whole universe crystallizes in human brains, also in other kinds of brains. That's where it really comes out. But it's the total intelligence of the whole field that does this. So we go with the whole thing, interdependent. The outside thing that you see and the inside thing that you are poles of the same magnet, or back and front of the same coin. Without one, there isn't the other. We don't live in an environment which is just rock, just air, just atmosphere and so on. The environment's only like that when we think about it analytically and try to explain it. But when we think of it isn't just rock and air, see, but those things go together. When you see the interconnectedness, when you see in the simplest way how flowers go with bees and other insects, they don't live without them. Humans go with cattle, they don't exist without them. Plants, etc., etc., etc. When you see the interval, the significance of the relationships between these, it's only then that you are aware of the melody. The outside thing that you see and the inside thing that you are poles of the same magnet, or back and front of the same coin. Without one, there isn't the other. The person who can't hear melody, who's tone deaf, he hears only a succession of sounds, but he's not aware of the intervals. Now, most people are brought up to be tone deaf in respect to their own existence and the rest of the universe. They don't see the relation. They're not aware of the universe. Once you spot that, you spot how everything goes with the thing. That you are one end, and that out there is the other end. And they really go together. Then you may be said to be living a harmonious life.
Anything that they shove down your throat. They say that you can't think, that you haven't got a brain, that you're just there to listen, that you're just being trained. That's something inside your head. There's something inside your head. There's something inside your head. There's something inside your head. That's right. They say you lost the ability to even think, that your tiny little brain slipped out like kitchen sink. Shove down your throat if they say lie down, don't do it if they say turn around, don't do it if they say bite now, don't do it if they say hit the ground, don't do it if they say ride the big weenie, do it if they say wasn't that good, do it if they say better cover baby, do it if they say take it out, do it something inside your head, there's something inside your head. There's something inside your head. There's something inside your head. Bring back to, oh. Bring back to, oh. Bring back to, oh. Bring back to, oh.
Excuse me, on the left over here, we have individuals who are religious fundamentalists, religious fanatics, and this is the expression, RT-PCR, real-time PCR expression of the VMAT2 gene. Over here, we have individuals. So let me complete. So over here, we have individuals who are not particularly fundamentalists, not particularly religious, and you can see there's a much reduced expression of this particular gene, the VMAT2 gene. Another evidence that supports our hypothesis for the development of this approach. What you see
here is by spreading this virus, we're going to eliminate individuals from donning on a bomb vest and going into a market and blowing up the market.
So our hypothesis is that these are fanatical people, that they have overexpression of the VMAT2 gene, and that by vaccinating them against this, we'll eliminate this behavior. So we have some very, very remarkable data in this next slide. Here we have two brain scans. These are fMRIs. These are two different individuals with different levels of expression of VMAT2. On top is an individual who's a religious fanatic, an individual, and we've repeated this numerous times, that has high levels of VMAT2. Now, this individual down here who had low levels of the VMAT2 gene, this individual would self-describe as not particularly religious. In each case, these individuals were read a religious text. This individual lit up the right middle frontal gyrus, shown here, and that's a part of the brain that's associated with theory of mind. It's a part of the brain that has to do with intents and beliefs and desires. In marked contrast, here's an individual who would not particularly self-describe as religious. And when they're read a religious text, what you see is that this part of the brain called the anterior insula lights up. This is a part of the brain that's associated with disgust or displeasure on hearing something.
So you're suggesting I take a CT scan with me when I'm evaluating people to determine whether I put a bullet in their head?
So the data that I'm presenting here supports the concept that we're proposing, and I think that we would not propose to do CT scans or fMRIs on individuals out in the hinterlands of Afghanistan. The virus would immunize against this VMAT2 gene, and that would have the effect that you see here, which is it's essentially to turn a fanatic into a normal person. And we think that will have major effects in the Middle East.
How would you suggest that this is going to be dispersed? Aerosol?
Well, so the present plan and the tests that we've done so far have used respiratory viruses such as flu or rhinoviruses, and we believe that that's a satisfactory way to get the exposure of the largest part of the population. Most of us, of course, have been exposed to both of those viruses, and we're quite confident that this will be a very successful approach.
This is fascinating. What's the name of this proposal?
Yeah, so the name of this project is FunVax, which is the vaccine for religious fundamentalism.
And you have a proposal already?
The proposal has just been submitted, and I think that the data that I have shown you today would support the development of this project, and we think it has great promise.
Thanks to a bed and breakfast on Booking.com, even Cardinals fans are loving Chicago.
Oh, no, just scoping out the competition.
I'd like to call to order this secret conclave of America's media empires. We're here to come up with the next phony baloney crisis to put Americans back where they belong, in dark rooms glued to their televisions, too terrified to skip the commercials.
Well, I think...
NBC, you are here to listen and not speak. I think we should go with a good old-fashioned public health scare.
A new disease. No one's immune. It's like the summer of the shark, except instead of a shark, it's an epidemic. And instead of summer, it's all the time.
That is Now, I hate to be the guy who derails what everybody else loves.
He loves being that guy.
But, Janice, we do have standards. This can't be a made-up disease. The only moral thing to do is release a deadly virus into the general public.
We do have something we've been holding on to, but it hasn't been tested. Get over here, NBC.
Well, we certainly believe in testing, but
Wow. Oh, yeah.
So, we've got our deadly disease. Now, we just have to blame it on something that's in every household, something that people are a little bit afraid of already. House cat flu is coming, people. The Center for Disease Disinformation predicts with some degree of probability that the house cat flu might spread in the following hypothetical outbreak pattern. So petter beware, that warm body on your lap just might be ready to destroy your tender fiddles. Springfielders are advised to stay tuned for more information if they experience any of the following symptoms: mild thirst, occasional hunger, tiredness at night. So, Professor, would you say it's time for everyone to panic? Yes, I would.
Hurry up, boy! We have to burn everything the cat touched before the virus makes us paranoid!
Hey, Dad, this came for you in the mail. Woohoo!
Mother, get an extra special hug ready. I bought you a new juicer. Good Lord. Flu germs entering every orifice in my head.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. What the?
Don't worry, people. We have enough vaccines for one child per family.
I don't even have a kid that I admit
Please
to having.
use your time in line wisely to Sophie's Choice your child.
What a crook!
Mr. Burns, where's he going?
Yes, I'd like 37 snifters of your influenza syrup. One for me, one for Smithers here, and the rest for my hounds.
Come on, man!
Look, son. It's one of nature's most beautiful sights. The convoy.
I don't think about it. I've moved on. Weak. He called me weak.
So listen, if I could just ask you one question.
One question! You're only allowed one question. Just one.
You know, I don't know when this was ever a good idea.
We shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty.
Confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
Now! The time is now! Why? Anyone besides me see the similarity here? Do you see the similarity? Or is it just me? Right? Do billionaires like animate their lives or something? I mean, what's going on here, you guys? Right? Whoa. Right? Whoa! Aiden! Right? You see that, right? Peanuts! Get your fucking peanuts here! Peanuts! Go get them!
Half the country fell asleep, but they scream woke. We're distracted by vaccines and TV shows. Politics, celebrity, gossip, popular, neat quotes. Black lives, white lives, which lives mean most? We only dedicate one day to remember our fallen soldiers, the men and women who died young. But if you come out the closet as Caitlyn Jenner, you're a hero and you get a whole Pride Month. The most dangerous pandemic's propaganda from these clowns. Only mask that's gonna save us is duct tape on their mouths. Don't speak. We don't need to deform police, need to deform the media who lies through their teeth like Big Pharma doesn't cure you, dog, cause every patient that gets cured is a customer lost. And big oil runs the world, the only wars that get fought are with the countries who have natural resources they want. Heard him claiming if a white man braids his hair and likes rap, he's appropriating culture. But if a white man acts too white, he's white trash, he's a racist, he's a bigot, he's a monster. Let's just have the conversation. Not every liberal is dumb, not all Republicans are racist. The government wants everybody fighting with their neighbors cause they know that if we get along, we'll probably go against them.
They can't stop us, cause we're ready to fight, trying to brainwash us. But we won't let freedom die, the whole world's brainwashed. Everybody pick a team, start a riot in the streets. The whole world's brainwashed. It's us against them, it ain't you against me.
How did monkeys become people and people turned into sheep? They put fluoride in the water that's keeping us all asleep. Claim they want what's best for us, I find it hard to believe. Cause they've been selling us cigarettes since we was 18. Fake news, fake woke, distract and divide. You're either right or you're left or you're black or you're white. Big tech don't need a microchip to hack in your life. Cause the phone inside your pocket is a tracking device. And I don't know what I'm more sick of, rappers or Joe Biden looking like he ate 100 Xanax for dinner. Cause censoring the president and kicking him off Twitter is a bigger threat to freedom than foreign ballistic missiles. You don't trust the police or the government, but you want people giving up their right to own a firearm. Why would you be comfortable if police and the government the only people on the planet with the right to buy a gun? White privilege getting amplified to reinforce division. It convinces white people that they're favored by their skin, and black people getting angry because they're told they're treated different. So the conflict is between us and never with the system. Let's just have the conversation. Not every liberal is dumb, not all Republicans are racist. The government wants everybody fighting with their neighbors because they know that if we get along, we'll probably go against them.
They can't stop us, cause we're ready to fight, trying to brainwash us. But we won't let freedom die, the whole world's brainwashed. Everybody pick a team, start a riot in the streets. The whole world's brainwashed. It's us against them, it ain't you against me.
Step 1, train the people only to consume. Step 2, infiltrate adults with the news. Step 3, indoctrinate the children through the schools and the music and the apps on the phones that they use. Step 4, separate the right from the left. Step 5, separate the white from the black. Step 6, separate the rich from the poor. Use religion and equality to separate them more. Step 7, fabricate a problem, made a lie. Step 8, put it on the news every night. Step 9, when people start to fight and divide, take control. This is called situational design.
They can't stop us, cause we're ready to fight, trying to brainwash us. But we won't let freedom die, the whole world's brainwashed. Everybody pick a team, start a riot in the streets. The whole world's brainwashed. It's us against them, it ain't you against me.
I said, Reverend, I can't put a time limit on you. You go and speak until you finished what you want to say. We are at the same crossroads again. It may be too little, too late, too late, too late. You're so envious of one another. So petty. You don't want nobody to outshine you. You shine, 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 you. Some people say. Some people say. For the people, I want you to hear me. Let me say something to you. If you don't get your act together, there will be blood in the street. Yes, there's a fact. Yes, there's a fact. You don't want nobody to outshine you. 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 Yes, sir. DeBress and Brennan. Yes, sir. I warned our people. They'll start prowling the streets when you think you are safe. Listen to what is being said. Leaders who lead for the people. I want you to hear me. Let me say something to you. If you don't get your act together, there will be blood in the street.
If you have a piece of crack cocaine, no bigger than this quarter that I'm holding in my hand, $1/4 of $1, we passed a law through the leadership of Senator Thurmond and myself and others, a law that says you're caught with that, you go to jail for 5 years. You get no probation. You get nothing other than 5 years in jail. Judge doesn't have a choice. Under our forfeiture statutes, the government can take everything you own, everything from your car to your house, your bank account, not merely what they confiscate in terms of the dollars from the transaction that you've just got caught engaging in. They can take everything. I don't care why they've become a sociopath. We have an obligation to cordon them off from the rest of society. They are in jail, away from my mother, your husband, our families. So I don't want to ask what made them do this. They must be taken off the street. They must be taken off the street. They must be taken off the street. They must be taken off the street.
Give me a buck, need the Gucci stuff. Push your limit and you ain't good enough. All your niggas say that you lost without me. All my bitches feel like I died County. Fucking with you feel like jail, nigga. I can't even exhale, nigga.
count money. I swerve in a Humvee. That's what I count money. I count money. I count money. I swerve in a Humvee.
Or I could be yellow, I could be blue, or I could be purple, I could be green or pink or black or white. I could be every color you like. I could be red, or I could be yellow, I could be blue, or I could be purple.
I got my head out the sunroof. I'm blasting my favorite tunes.
So, how are y'all doing? How are you all doing? Wow. Pretty good.
What is this here?
That's the Earth.
That's the Earth. That's the moon
Yes.
and the eagle.
Yes.
Yeah. Would you like to do that?
Thanks all very much. For the eventful day, perhaps I'll see you along the way. Okay. See you along the way.
Society, they are in jail, away from my mother, your husband, our families. So I don't want to ask what made them do this. They must be taken off the street. They are in jail, away from my mother, your husband, our families. So I don't want to ask what made them do this. They must
be taken off the street. You're all fired, motherfucker! Fired, you hear me? The 77 says you're all fucking fired. 77, you're all goddamn tired. You're fired, motherfucker!
over. We know that Biden is a puppet. And we know that Obama said, you know, I would love to sit in the basement, have a microphone, and have someone have an earpiece, and I would love just to give them orders. But it seems that we might have found Biden's handler, and we, the media, put this out, and it's a recording of Biden sitting there asking Nancy Pelosi, you know, should I be talking now? Should I answer any questions? And Nancy Pelosi says, listen, am I on right now? I'm not. Okay. No, we don't want him to talk. Take a listen to what happened.
Questions, if that's what I'm supposed to do, Nance, whatever you want me to do.
Recording, it sounds like she is the handler. But once again, who's feeding her information? Remember, these are the foot soldiers. There's different levels. They're all puppets. They take orders from the puppet masters.
All we know is what we're told. All you know is what they show you on the chalkboard. Vocabulary is controlled. There's 113,000 words in English. How many do you know? 1,000? And if you only know 1,000 words, is it your fault? Is it the school system's fault? Whose fault is it? I'm just saying it like that. Leave it at that. You use words to define reality. Words cause frequency. When you speak words, people see visions in their head because of the speech you gave or the things you said. When you speak, you cause a hologram to appear in somebody's mind because of the words you're saying. So when I speak frequency, you're seeing vivid imagery in your head because of what I said. But understanding that, it changes how you're going to speak to somebody else because you know that they're seeing pictures in their mind because of the words that you're speaking out loud for their mind to hear. The brain is full of crystals, and the brain vibrates the frequency of the words that were spoken. And it causes and creates that frequency in the mind. And it creates the hologram. It's pretty fucking amazing. Your head is full of water. And there's a sack of crystals in there. That gray matter, cut it open. It's got particulate crystals in there. When your skull vibrates, your brain vibrates, those crystals catch the resonance from those frequencies and causes and creates the picture in your mind. I can only imagine what I just did to somebody's brain because I said that shit out loud. I put the picture in their head.
The president and the speaker, Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi, appeared at something the other day called the Democratic Caucus Virtual Issues Conference. It was a mostly unremarkable event, but there was one moment that stuck out. Toward the beginning of it, Nancy Pelosi declared, unprompted, that her grandchildren no longer use the phrase open sesame.
We do not say open sesame. We say open Biden. That's our magic word.
True.
Open Biden. I love it.
We don't say open sesame, we say open Biden. What does that mean? We have no idea. Waiting for a response from the Speaker's office. We'll bring it to you when we get it. So yesterday was Sunday. You may have found yourself on the couch, idly flipping around the TV dial. And if you flipped far enough, you could have had the shock of your life. Michael Jackson was on Face the Nation. Now, to be clear, this wasn't video of Michael Jackson performing his hit songs in the 1990s. This appeared to be a living version of the international pop star that news reports claim died of a drug OD more than a dozen years ago. And yet, despite those claims, there he was, fully, undeniably Michael Jackson talking on television. How can that be? Honestly, we have no idea. We're not theologians here. This is merely a news program. We can only show you what we saw. Here it is.
There's nothing more important for us to do than protect our Constitution and our democracy. What the Republicans are doing across the country is really a legislative continuation of what they did on January 6th, which is to undermine our democracy.
See? Michael Jackson. That was him. No Billie Jean. Apparently he's given up singing. Now he's telling lies about politics. Same man. If you've ever seen Michael Jackson, you cannot forget the face. Though admittedly, he's had a lot of work done since we saw him last.
So I strongly suggest you wake the fuck up.
Mr. Trudeau, the federal court has ruled that the Emergencies Act was unconstitutional. Would you resign or apologize to Canadians for violating their rights?
General, we are discovered. Good.
That was Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau being scurried away into a car with questions of accountability being thrown his way. Canada's Liberal leader is in hot water this week after a federal court ruled that his decision to invoke the Emergencies Act in February 2022 was unreasonable. These powers were put in place after thousands of truckies protested for 1 month against the government's coronavirus vaccine mandate when driving to and from the United States. The court ruling read, the federal government's decision to declare a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act in early 2022, as well as the associated regulations that it enacted, were unreasonable and were not justified on the facts or the law. The regulations violated the charter right to freedom of expression and the right to be secure against unreasonable search or seizure. But the Trudeau government isn't happy with this court ruling. In fact, it will appeal it. Trudeau's finance minister stood behind the government's decision to invoke these controversial powers.
We faced, as a country and as a government, an incredibly serious threat.
2 years ago, when the Trudeau government decided to invoke the act, it was met with severe backlash.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act to supplement provincial and territorial capacity to address the blockades and occupations.
Those in power only see me as a brute, unfit for higher office.
Just like witches at black masses.
But I follow in the footsteps of Alexander the Great and Caesar.
Evil minds that plot destruction.
The reason why this announcement was met with such criticism is because while the act was introduced in 1988, it had never been used before, as it was reserved for such extreme cases of anarchy. It was chaotic scenes for 1 month in downtown Ottawa when up to 1,000 vehicles, including trucks and cars, parked in the streets to protest against Canada's regulation that you had to be vaccinated from coronavirus in order to cross into the United States. Trudeau claimed at the time that it had to be done because the convoy protests were inundating the streets of Ottawa and causing major supply chain issues both in Canada and the US.
Well, what went through his head is this is making me look bad. This protest is making me look bad. It has to stop. The most extreme cases, that's of course what they say all the time. And you sit there and you're a conspiracy theorist if you point out that, hey, this could easily be abused. This wording is very vague.
And while after a month the protests were done and dusted, Justin Trudeau's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act weighed on the minds of so many angry Canadians. That's because not only did this act give police more power to remove and arrest protesters, it also gives the government the ability to seize the assets, the bank accounts of those who are refusing to move on from the scenes. This use of power prompted Trudeau to be labelled a tyrant, with many questioning whether this decision was an abuse of power.
Of course it is. It's amazing. This is how all government works. It's not just in Canada. It's here in the United States. It's everywhere. The government tramples on people's rights. And then almost 2 years later, the courts say, you can't do that. Well, they've done it, and then they stopped doing it. They've walked away. They treated it like, a blackjack dealer at Shift Change in Vegas where they nothing to see here. They walk away. They've done trampled on the rights. They took away the bank accounts. They seized the bank accounts of these truckers protesting. They had a fundamental right to do that. And now everything has gone back to normal. And then a court says, you probably shouldn't have done that. And they go, yeah, shucks, sorry about that. Next time, we probably won't do that. And then next time, of course, they do exactly the same thing again, because the consequences, what are the consequences? Maybe some truckers will get some financial restitution, but as far as Justin Trudeau's he's not going to face any consequence. He literally violated fundamental rights of Canadian citizens. And he's just, probably going to have a nice meal tonight and not think about it ever again. That's his consequence.
Everybody knows who this guy is. Come on, man.
Yeah, Sleepy Joe cheated. I don't wanna argue, ain't come to start a whole bunch of beef with some vegans. Quit acting retarded, him and Kamala, a whole bunch of lying and scheming. Enough with the drama, him and Obama went at the Trump to impeach him. And who you think funding Antifa? Hey, you know you wrong for that, right? Ain't nobody vote for this guy. Got even the news confused, cause nothing they told you was right. I got hairy legs and I like kids on my lap. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Why can't you face the reality? Joe has a slave-like mentality. How many million Americans want Trump? We Trump tight. You can take your poll booths back, they drunk. Oh yeah, but you tried. Listen, we did not vote for no socialism or no mandatory vaccines. The people did not vote to shut the country back and to surrender all of our dreams. And who the fuck voted for censorship? I couldn't say all that and not mention this. Explaining what the First Amendment is, but that's not important cause you're sensitive. I can't do it. They ain't have enough votes to win and they knew it. And since they can't beat them, I guess they gon' cheat them. I trust that elections officially ruined. And who is the media really controlled by? Say congrats to the wrong guy. On the TV and online, it be all lies. To the whole United States is hogtied. How could you fail? How many dead people voted by mail? How many black people you keep in jail? How many ballots end up in the dumpster? Coming from houses that's repping the Trumpsters. Whoa! All he wanted was a fair fight, a little one-on-one, and keep it clean. That's a rare sight, man. You don't think he cheated? Yeah, right. It's evident. Try to say without hesitance that man got 9 million more votes than the first black president. You ain't got to question it. They rigged the election. I know you cheated, yeah. I know you cheated, yeah. I know you cheated, yeah. I know it. I know it. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. We know it. We know it. I know you cheated, yeah. I know you cheated, yeah. I know it. I know it. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. We know it. We know it. I know you cheated, yeah. I know you cheated, yeah. I know it. I know it. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. We know it. We know it. I know you cheated, yeah. I know you cheated, yeah. I know it. I know it. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. We know it. We know it. I know you cheated, yeah. I know you cheated, yeah. I know it. I know it. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. We know it. We know it. I know you cheated, yeah. I know you cheated, yeah. I know it. I know it. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. We know it. We know it. I know you cheated, yeah. I know you cheated, yeah. I know it. I know it. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. Joe Biden cheated, yeah. We know it. We know it.
Come on, man. Come on, man. We got all day. Hello. What is that sort of cracker jack in a box, man? How you doing, Cracker Jack? goddamn amazing, ain't it? Right. The history and the time and patience is on my side. Everybody else is running out of time. Tickety. TikTok! Reach out and dump a nigga, will ya? 1 pound, he don't like me now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Woo! What? Fucking wow! Oh shit! What? Wow! You get it? With the coffee stuff, the screen, it's like everywhere. Winning too. Not that you can tag people you know. It's like a cartel. You better have to pay $3.50. Maybe not. I got big boots, you motherfucker. Look, yeah. How y'all doing? What do you think of this 5.5-hour presentation, you guys? I enjoyed the show. It's quite entertaining, isn't it? Educational, informative, or conspiratorial? Is this commentary, editorial, or a rant? What the fuck am I talking about? Are you confused yet? See? Wow. Anyone home? Oh, shit. You think you're having a day? Huh? You got a headache yet, anyone? You know, learning new things hurts. H-E-R-T-Z, hurts. Truth hurts you, doesn't it? Fucks your head right up, eh? But you need an aspirin? I don't watch much media these days, but I thought a lot of freaky shit going on, so I make this stream. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you shout. Blah, blah. Look what was on Joe Rogan the other day, about 2 weeks ago. This guy Carson. You watch the whole thing, but I just want to see this piece. It's a segment.
Don't understand what happened back then. We're doomed to continue to repeat these cycles of time that we've been in for quite some time, for eons.
Billy Carson, in addition to his focus on ancient civilizations, is deeply interested in the potential of human consciousness and its connection to the universe.
I don't believe we're even from Earth, to be quite honest with you. Our cycadic rhythm doesn't even match Earth's rotation on its axis. We're slightly off. It's actually better tuned to Mars' orbit on its rotation on its own axis.
This includes the study of metaphysics, quantum mechanics, and the potential for human evolution beyond current limitations.
Like I always say, there is no Democrat or Republican. It doesn't exist. The only thing that exists is a group of elite oligarchs that torture men, women, and children worldwide. That exists. They capitalize and monetize us, and they put their boot on our neck. But to think that there's left wing and a right wing, I think it's the same bird.
Carson's dedication to uncovering hidden knowledge has made him a popular figure among those interested in alternative history and esoteric studies. In summary, Billy Carson is a leading voice in the exploration of humanity's hidden secrets. His work spans ancient civilizations, advanced technologies, and the mysteries of human consciousness, challenging mainstream narratives and inspiring others to seek deeper truths.
So we're talking about texts that have been deciphered for a few hundred years, nothing that was just deciphered recently. A conventional explanation is always going to the term mythology. They throw mythology around, left and right to cover up the fact that they have no clue or idea. So they turn it into mythology so that they can kind of say it's all fantasy and fairy tales, and this is how they express themselves or how they understood the universe. It's all mythology, it's all fake, but in reality, it's not all fake. These people left behind such detailed records and information. It's a time capsule of information on stone tablets for us today to be able to decipher, break down, and understand, and that's what we're here to do now. George Smith, he actually worked at the I believe it was Cambridge.
What was his take? Like, when he's reading all these wacky stories and all the Anunnaki stuff? Like, what's his take on it?
He is literally subscribing to this information the way almost that you and I see it today. These people saw something, experienced something, interacted with something and he cataloged it, and it inspired him to write a complete translation of the Enuma Elish and the 7 tablets of creation. And he talks about the fact that that information was copied right from those tablets and put into the Old Testament of the Bible. And so, not exactly like it's going to go from here to the Bible, but it went to other ancient papyruses and scriptures and so forth. And then later on, when it was discovered in caves, people took those and then said, okay, we got to put this into a book. And then it became the Bible much later, around 100 AD. But he subscribed to the theory that these people interacted with beings in some way, shape, or form, and that also this information is so incredible that it became part of the biblical text. According to the book of Enoch, which is one of the apocryphal books left out of the Bible, but he's important because he's mentioned in the Bible.
Enoch,
the book of Enoch. These beings came from heaven to earth, and then they have names. They taught human beings technology, how to make weapons, how to even make beer and all this other crazy stuff. And then they took Enoch on a trip to the Earth's atmosphere and beyond, and he saw the Earth and the shape of the planet as a sphere, and how he saw that he was living on a giant ball, and then brought him back. Yeah, this is all in the book of Enoch. The only Bible that has the book of Enoch in it is the Ethiopian Bible. It's the only Bible in the world that actually incorporated the book of Enoch into their canonized text. The rest of the Bibles omitted the book of Enoch. And the wars of these gods can be found.
We are not on things, people. I just popped you, right? On versus in. How long have I said that? You can't be on things if you're in them. If you're in them, you can't be on them, right? How y'all doing?
To the red, washing got a machine head, green to the red. I walk for my machine. I walk for my machine. punch into a wall. Blood is like wine, unconscious all the time. If I had it all again, I'd change it all. Got a machine head, spell out the rest. Green to red, machine ahead. Got a machine head, spell out the rest. Green to red, yeah. I walk for my machine. I walk for my machine. For my machine, I walk for my machine.
Akira.
He's a clout.
The web of life. Let me try from the first to indicate the point that we're aiming at. The point is this, that human consciousness is at the same time as being a form of awareness and sensitivity and understanding. It's also a form of ignorance. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. And because of this, it leaves out things that are terribly important. It leaves out things that would, if we did know them, allay our anxieties and fears and horrors. And if we could extend our awareness, you see, to include those things that we leave out, we would have a deep interior peace. Because we would all know the one thing that you mustn't know. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more, according to the rules of our particular social game. The one thing you mustn't know, that's really not allowed, that is the lowdown on life. And then the lowdown, on the one hand, means the real dirt on things. But the lowdown is also what is profound, what is mysterious, what is in the depths. And there's something left out. And our everyday consciousness screens this out in the same way that when you say you have weaving, you have, say, on this rug here in front of us, when the black finishes here, the black threads will go underneath and then appear again over here. Then they'll go underneath the white and then they'll appear again over here, you know? So that the back will be the obverse pattern of the front. Now, the world is like that. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more. Our sense organs are selective. They pick out certain things. They're receptive. For example, we have a small band, what you might call a spectrum of light, of sound, of tactile sensation, and so on, to which the human organism is sensitive. But we know that outside that small band, there is a huge range of vibrations to which we have built instruments that are sensitive. Things like cosmic rays, ultraviolet rays, gamma rays, hard X-rays, and so on. They're all outside the band of our spectrum. And obviously, there are things that are outside the range of our instruments. We may build new instruments someday which will evoke, bring into our consciousness other orders of vibration altogether, but yet, as yet, we don't know about. So you could imagine, you see, the universe is a vast system of vibrations and has infinite possibilities. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. The ordinary everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in.
Can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. My music hits me so hard, makes me say, oh my Lord, thank you for blessing me. What am I to rhyme and too hype? It feels good when you know you're down. A super dope homeboy from the Oak Town, and I'm known as such. And this is beat you can't touch. I told you, homeboy, you can't touch this. Yeah, that's how we living, and you know you can't touch this. Look in my eyes, man, you can't touch this. Yo, let me bust the funky lyrics. Fresh new kicks and pants, you got it like that. Now you know you want to dance, so move out of your seat and get a fire girl and catch this beat while it's rolling. Hold on, pump a little bit and let them know what's going on like that. Like that. Hold on a minute, just fall on back, let them know that you're too much. And this is a beat they can't touch. Yo, I told you can't touch this. Why you standing there, man? You can't touch this. Yo, sound the bell. School is in, sucker. You can't touch this. Give me a song, a rhythm, making them sweat. That's what I'm giving them now. about the hammer, you're talking about a show that's hot and tight. Singles are sweating so fast, them a whiteboard tape. To learn what's it gonna take in the 90s to burn the charts. Legit, either work hard or you might as well quit. That's word, because you know you can't touch this. You can't touch this. Break it down. Stop. Hammer time. Go with the flow. It is said if you can't groove this, then you probably are dead. So wave your hands in the air. Bust a few moves. Run your fingers through your hair. This is it. For a winner, dance to this, and you're gonna get there. Now move, slide your rump. Just for a minute, let's all do the rump. Rump. Yeah. You can't touch this. Look, man. You can't touch this. You better get a hype, boy, because you know you can't touch this. Ring the bell. School's back in. Break it down. Stop. Hammer time. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. Break it down. Stop. Hammer time. Every time you see me, the hammer's just so hype. I'm dope on the floor and I'm magic on the mic. Now why would I ever stop doing this? With others making records that just don't hit. I tour around the world, from London to the Bay. It's hammer, go, hammer, empty hammer, yo, hammer, and the rest can go and play. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. Yeah. You can't touch this. I told you. You can't touch this. Tonight, you can't touch this. Yeah, we out here. You can't touch this.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Discover Cashback Debit gives everyone money back on the stuff they buy. So I bought all these kids a bunch of candy. I know what I'm doing.
A debit card with cashback. Discover Cashback Debit.
Wow, I just built the most amazing workflow on Monday.com.
You build your own workflow? Why? There are a bunch of amazing pre-made templates you can just choose from.
Nah, I'm a custom-made kind of gal. I work with a lot of vendors, so I made my own form. It has everything that I need to know, and when they click submit, it automatically turns into an item exactly the way I want to see it. It just gives me peace of mind, knowing that everything is organized just the way that I like it.
That sounds cool, but I just click Add Template, and I found a workflow someone made that has a lot of cool automations. Like when a creative is approved, it automatically moves the item to the production board and then notifies all the relevant people so they can move it forward. It literally does most of the manual task I used to do. So you can just find a board someone else already made and adjust it to your needs.
Nah, that's cheating. My workflow is 100% handmade. It fits me perfectly. It's a work of art.
It's an art of work.
That's deep, man.
Monday.com work management platform is flexible, so no matter what it is you do or however you like to work, it can fit you perfectly. Go to Monday.com and start your free trial today.
I'm the best ever. There's no one that can match me. I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been.
They're gonna fear me. You have to be the champion before you become the champion, so that means lifestyle. You have to be him before you become him. You gotta be him before you become him. That's how it starts. You look at somebody, I wanna be like him. You don't say, hey, I'm a bad motherfucker. I wanna fight everybody out here, nobody's gonna kick my ass. You see somebody and say, hey, I might want to do that.
Well, greatness is when you make your delusions your reality. Nothing's impossible for somebody who's going to try. If you're going to try, it's capable of being done.
But you'd fight Tyson Fury.
Yeah, I'll fight a lion if the price is right. My whole objective is your total surrender, your total domination. I'm going to destroy you.
That's why Rogan said when he watched you, you were intimidating. Your rage is a very unique rage.
So that's their fault to be intimidating. How you gonna let somebody scare you for something you worked for?
I respect a person who's willing to die for what he truly wants. Ali had the will to win like nobody that ever lived in boxing. Then he believed he projected to his opponent. Really look at how does Ali beat George Foreman? How does Ali beat Sonny Liston? How did he beat these guys? How did he even beat Joe Frazier? Fighting the way he fights. He beat them because he refused to lose.
But we have to believe that we're divine and that we learn from our experience, because confidence breeds success and success breeds confidence. They go hand in hand. You have to know who you are first. You know who you are. I know who I am. People say they're great all the time.